Hello again, I am Jim Bob, and welcome back to our F1 Manager 24 2026 season update file with Aston Martin. We had a pretty slow start to the season, as expected, because the team is rubbish right now, but there are already some promising signs of life. Let's see if we can maybe coax a little bit more out of our car as we head to China. Evening Dino, evening Nexus, evening Mike, good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat. As always, please do feel free to say hello, and if you have any questions, ask away, and I'll see what we can do to get those answered for you. Right, tonight, Chinese Grand Prix, round 2 of our season of, shall we say, recovery. We've got to try and rebuild what has been a disastrously bad Aston Martin into a team capable of challenging at the very top. We've already had a little sort of play around with some upgrades, nothing too major. Let's have a look at what we've got fitted on the car. You can see we have a Mark II chassis, Mark II front and rear wing, and a Mark II suspension. We've got a Mark II underfloor on the way, but we don't have money at the moment to make anything else. I'm not even sure. We are actually building those underfloors, as you can see. They won't be ready for this race. Should hopefully be ready for Suzuka, which is round 3. And we are following the 2026 season as close as we can, which means no Bahrain, no Jeddah, but unfortunately as well, no Madrid, because we do not have a circuit for the Mad Ring, and I don't want to run Barcelona twice. So it's just a 21 season race this year, and then we'll see what we do next year. Our car, as you can see, is pretty bad. It's not a good car at all. Slow, very slow compared to the average. Straight line mode is also pretty bad. Downforce is pretty abysmal everywhere. Our dirty air tolerance, well, 17th, isn't too far away from the average. Tyre wear is down a bit, and we've actually got better than average engine cooling. So, a lot of work to be done on this car. Absolutely a lot of work to be done. Evening, Wayne. Good to see you. Well, maybe do an Aston file, just simply because they're, along with Cadillac, they're easily the two worst teams of this year. But we've just done a 6-season playthrough with Cadillac. I didn't want to do them again, so it made sense that Aston would be the next option. We're not going to be sticking with Aston forever. We are going to be changing to another team at some point in the future. But our job here is basically to fix Aston and get them where they should be, and then beyond, potentially. And then we'll look at maybe going somewhere else. So we're going to be here for at least 2 or 3 seasons before we move on. Right. Let's set some targets for tonight's race. Based on how we went yesterday, I think we can probably squeeze 18th out of Fernando. As for Stroll, I do not think that. If it weren't for retirement... Well, actually, no, Stroll didn't finish yesterday, did he? But he would have just about made 21st had there been a retirement, which there was, apart from him. I don't think I can get 20th with him, even with our upgrades, because the car just isn't good enough. So we're gonna go 21st with Stroll, and if we get higher than that, fantastic. We're not losing massive amounts of money by not going for the higher objectives, and I'd rather get some than none. So 21st it is. No point putting the objective to Stroll, who'll crash anyway. Well, he was actually taken out yesterday.
Ahead of the Chinese Grand Prix. A visit to Shanghai International Circuit can only mean it's time for the Chinese Grand Prix. This state-of-the-art track combines high G-force corners with one of the longest straights on the calendar. And with space for up to 200,000 spectators, not a minute of action will be missed.
In this round, the teams have 2 races to contend with both the sprint and the Grand Prix offering the chance to bag some championship points.
Our weekend action starts here.
And I do have something rather special to show off tonight as well, which you'll see when we get on track. It is work in progress stuff. It's not complete yet, but it will be made available to everybody when it's done. Yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that one. Let's get ourselves prepped and ready for our first practice session, shall we? Evening, Johnny. Let's start with car parts. We're not changing anything there. But this is the state of Stroll's car after he was torpedoed. I forget who it was who took him out, but whoever it is will have a penalty. So we'll be able to see that in a moment very quickly as to who it was. It is 16 laps, I think, around China. We're going to leave it at 15. We're going to do our settings as we always do. And I've got a generic setup I always like to run with around this circuit. We're going to start with a 3 and then an 11.5. We're going to go with a 2.8. I'm going to go with a 0.285 or 2.85 and then a 0.85. I'm going to stick that on both cars. That's my generic China setup, and then I work from there. So we'll see how that goes for our drivers tonight. Might be a good one, might be something that's going to need a fair bit of work, but we'll see. There we go. And we need to do the driving options as well. There we go. It was Albon. Thank you, Dino. I couldn't remember who it was. And let's hit the track.
Okay, green light, green light.
Colton Hurt is getting a run today.
Yep, I hear you.
I'm not sure who that is. Who is Lag? I don't know. I'm not sure who that is. There's a few here that I don't recognise. We've got Alex Dunn.
Yeah, all good.
Nicholas Solov. Who's DPA? Let's have a look. Let's see who these are. Matteo De Palo. Okay, didn't know him. There's that penalty for Albon. Kala Rovenpera. I know the name. Emma Felbermeyer. Don't know her because I don't follow F1 Academy. Oh, it's Diana Lagos. Again, I don't know who she is. Right. We have a change to the way the wings work.
Just be careful on exit curves.
It's very subtle on some cars. See if you notice it. Anyone spot it? Get another chance here. Evening, mic on. Nexus knows he's disqualified from answering because he made it. Broken Parody Rally. I recognise the name, but I didn't know where from. So has anybody spotted what's changed about the wing? It's very subtle on this one. Okay. Let me show you on another car. I don't think anyone's spotted it, Nexus. You don't have to necessarily open yesterday's live, you just have to have played the game before or seen any footage before. It's subtle. And there are other examples I'm going to show you in a moment that are a lot less subtle. But I want to see if anyone spots what's actually happening before I go to the big reveals. Mugu! You got it! We now actually have an animation rather than snapping open and snapping shut. We now actually have a rotation. Which means did ever check to see if Ferrari had the Macarena wing? Yeah, Ferrari is running the Macarena wing. When the game loads for the first time, when you put the UES files in, you have to press 1 or 2. It gives you the option to have a traditional style DRS wing or the Macarena wing. Evening, Adrian. And of course, if you're going to show off a rotating wing like this, there's a little bit more. We got the Red Bull variant. And it opens in the opposite direction to the Ferrari wing. This is not actually part of the DLC yet. It's still a work in progress. I kind of begged and pleaded and convinced Nexus to let me have the files when he showed them to me. But they will be made available to everyone for free in an update when it's finished, and when I think maybe there are some other little changes that need to be made, which will be added in, and it'll all be one big update. But yes, coming soon. Don't know when, so don't ask. But soon will be proper wings, and the option will instead be pre-Miami or post-Miami, as opposed to, you know, regular or Macarena. So if you want the Red Bull rear wing, it's post-Miami. But damn, it looks so cool. Not just to have the upside down Red Bull wing, but the fact that we actually see them rotate now, you know, and not just those wings, but, you know, everyone's rear wing rotates. You know, it's an animation now rather than just sort of instant snap open and instant snap shut, or snap upside down instantly and snap right way back up. To actually have a proper opening and closing animation is brilliant. It just adds that little bit more immersion, and that's what I'm so grateful for with the modders in general, is that everything they've done is always to try and add a little bit more immersion into the game, with some of these like database changes and rule changes and realistic racing, and you know, we had a tire wear mod that worked in concept but didn't quite work in reality. But it's all to try and add that little bit extra immersion into the game, and so you know, I salute everyone out there who's actively looking to improve the game for us in the modding community. Big thank you to all of you. And yeah, there is a subtle change on the front wing as well. It's a little bit slow again. It doesn't snap open or snap down. It is a bit more of a subtle animation. Let's ride on the back of the, no, not the Aston, of the other McLaren. And let's see, you can actually see the front wing. Might be a little close. Who's in front? Is there a Haas in front? It is a Haas in front. Let's get a Haas that's not right up the backside. Let's see if we can have enough of a gap. Evening Harvey, evening Siafi. Yeah, we're a little close. That's a good point, yeah. We could look at this one, the nose cam. So again, rather than snapping open and snapping shut, now there is an animation to it. It's a little bit quicker than the front wing, than the rear wings. But there it is. As I say, coming soon to everybody. I begged permission to be able to show it off. Right, let's speed things up a little bit. We're close to our first round of feedback. And how are we doing? Let's have a look. 80%. So a fair bit of work to do on that setup. Let's see if it's any better for Stroll. Ooh, no, it's worse.
How's your
75%.
Yeah, feels okay.
Understood.
How are the
We've done
tires?
10 laps. What's the percentage at? 43%. Yeah, we'll call them in on this lap.
Tire temps stabilized or not yet?
Damn it, I missed Stroll. I went through for another lap.
Copy. P10-3.
Mercedes have got pace this year. Yes, they do. But, I mean, that was always expected. You know, with such a massive overhaul to an engine, it was always going to play to Mercedes' strengths. The big surprise is that they're not more dominant than they have been. Well, it's a big surprise to me, anyway. Let's try going down to an 11. Let's bring that into a 3.7. Let's take that down and let's bring that in a bit as well. Maybe not. Let's leave that where it is. Let's see how that runs.
We'll box the end of this lap.
Okay.
The only practice session. Yes, it is a sprint weekend. So, I'd forgotten about that. Thank you.
Boxing.
And white line, white line.
We need to
And
get a
you can
little
stop
in
on the
memorial
marks, find three-star revs, and then switch off.
marker on the pit lane entrance there that says here lies Hamilton's 2007 title. Again, I'm not sure about some of these changes. That's a subtle change, very subtle change. Let me try that. You did find him. Oh, fantastic. Let's put more fuel in. Runs the flag. Hopefully. Ah, I didn't put the empty fuel in. Never mind. As long as I can extend him a few laps at the end, that might be all we need.
Temperature stabilizing. Tire temp.
It still makes me smile every time I see that. Someone's made a mistake. Oh, it's one of the Aldis.
VSC.
It's
Stay
Felbermeyer.
close to 01 Delta time.
Let's have a look.
Big
at
off.
Now, this was the 7th corner. And unable to do anything about that crash. I imagine their confidence will have taken a knock.
Am I going to be playing F1 26? No. Probably not. That is a big, big hit.
And not much that the team can do about that one.
Probably not going to have the time going forward for a while as well. Going to end up being
VSC
very
ending.
busy soon, I think.
Copy.
I think my icon's watching on DVR. A little bit behind. Yeah, just there. We need to have a little in memorial plaque. Just there. forgot to change the leaderboard over. No, we've still got the tyre wear showing. Damn
Yeah,
it.
nothing really to say.
I'll swap that out after practice so that we don't see tyres in the in qualifying of the race. Let's have a look at our feedback. It is 86. Wow. We gained 4%? No, 6%. We were at 80, weren't we? So, yeah, made a huge gain there, it would seem. Let's see about Stroll.
Hi, attempts.
And your lad are laughing addendum. Yeah, any opportunity to poke fun at Hamilton, eh, Dino? Oh God, have we made Stroll's car even worse?
Yeah, not so bad.
No, it's still
Yeah, copy that,
75%. How is it exactly the same? That makes no sense to me at all. What are their correct percentages? You're gonna have to make blind changes and see if they'll hold up. See how many extra laps I can squeeze out of Stroll here. So that's a 1.9, which means that needs to be maybe somewhere up here, and that needs to be a bit further up. Maybe 2. Let's try that. You think you're on time? You're not, Michael. You're about 5 minutes behind, I think. Let's see. It's 20:39 as I make that comment. Let's see how long it takes for that one to be responded to. Evening, Army. Good to see you. I've got a surprise for you. So wow, you replied quickly, 2029, but time-wise, you're 10 minutes behind me. And that is it for the session. So, I need to swap out that leaderboard. Open up TV because the screen's going to go black otherwise. And shortcut to packs. There we go. Into the library. Visual mods. Right, there we go. That is the end of the session. It's not going to save here, is it? Nope. So, we're going to pop a quick ad break, and I'm going to close the game down while the ads are running, and remove the old version of the leaderboard, and then we'll get the correct one without the tyre wear showing, and then we'll get straight into qualifying. So, I'll see you in a minute.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
Alright, so we're back in with the right leaderboard this time. Had to do it now because I would have forgotten by the end of the night, and certainly would have forgotten tomorrow. So we've got a new setup here for Stroll, which hopefully will fix it. Let's have a look at Alonso. So he's going to be a 1.9 as well. The rest of the car is now much easier to decipher. The only thing I'm a little unsure about is that front wing. It's going to have to be that. Right. Medium tyres, no change to parts. Let's see how we do.
Okay, green light, green light. Radio check.
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Yep, loud and clear. Radio check.
Hopefully Stroll survives the sprint and the race. Well, he didn't crash. He was taken out at Australia. We will give him that one. But yeah, he doesn't have a great track record, does he? Yeah, hopefully we don't lose yet another round of aero parts. Which free mods do I recommend for the 2026 season update? Apart from the obvious guy, I haven't done the mod list with a video description yet. I'll have to remember that. We have obviously the 2026 mod itself, which is free on Overtake. On top of that, I would recommend the new race leaderboard, which I think is also on Overtake. I'm pretty sure it is. And that's what we're running here, just so that you can add that extra layer of options. There's a couple of different ones. You've got the extended UI, which is, I forget who that one's by. And then there's this one, which is by Mr. Only. I think this one is on
let's just start the lap.
Overtake. I'm running also on top of that the Moët Champagne mod, which replaces the champagne bottles with Moët bottles on the podium. That's free. That's on Overtake. There are some driver add-ons, driver UI add-ons that I'm running as well, and attribute stuff as well. So again, I think those are free on Overtake. Again, they're Mr. Only ones, where it gives you a little bit of a tweak to the UI when looking at attributes. So it says whether it's +1 or +2. I've got a reduced driver confidence impact, so that confidence only gives a +1 or a +2 or a -1 or a -2, as opposed to the big swings from like -8 to +8. A reduced driver regression, so they last a little bit longer before they start. Got the reduced confidence impact for the same thing as mentality. I've got realistic racing version 4.1.4, which again is free, and that gives you a module inside that to run the 2026 battery regulations. I'm using the trophy pack by Little Onion, which is available on Overtake for free as well. They'll most of the mods I'm running on this are free. There's only a couple that are not free. One of those is the face pack.
Currently
from
P2.
Mr. Only, just so we have faces,
Good clean
3D
lap.
modeled faces for
Okay,
a
move
couple
on
of the
box
drivers.
now. Box, just watch the FIA weighbridge lights. Watch the weighbridge lights.
All right, so we are a long way behind the Toro Rossos, an awful long way behind. Did we hit traffic?
Just
I was
watch it
too busy
behind.
going through mods to actually pay attention to how we were doing on track. I know we did get a little bit of a hold up here in the opening sector with Alonso, with a Red Bull in the way, but beyond that, I wasn't really paying too much attention. But yeah, 2.5 and 3 seconds off the pace is not good at all. We'll have another run, see how we do. Russell absolutely flying at the moment, about to cross the line, going purple everywhere. And he goes top by 6.5 tenths of a second. That is a big old margin. I started running a Ferrari file earlier, just for something to run in my spare time, and amazingly, both both Mercedes went out in Q1 at Australia. Bit of a chaotic qualifying session. Because I looked at Q3, I didn't really notice, I wasn't really paying too much attention, because I just did one lapping in with the Ferraris in both Q1 and Q2. So I wasn't really paying too much attention as to who made it through, who didn't, because I knew I'd get through comfortably. And then I looked at the Q3 leaderboard and I'm like, where are the Mercedes? And then I scrolled down and kept scrolling down and kept scrolling down, and they were both at the absolute bottom of the leaderboard. Like 18th and 19th, no, sorry, like 19th and 21st, I think. Couldn't believe it. Evening, Foamy. So, oh, wow. Yeah, we are so far off the pace. We're a second slower than Cadillac. Hadjar's in there as well. He must have been blocked. This is going to be a very messy end to Q1 for everybody here, I think. Evening, Daniel. Yeah, it does look kind of accurate at the moment, doesn't it? That is actually not far off their actual pace. I might squeeze Alonso through. I don't know if Stroll will get through. But I did make it into Q2 yesterday with Alonso. And then he decided not to come in at the end of his run and ran out of fuel after his lap. So we only got the one run on old tyres. And then we were out of qualifying completely. So who's actually on and out? Like Colapinto and Lawson. There's Colapinto. No, there's Colapinto. There's Lawson. Now we've got a few more popping out. Hulkenberg and Bottas and both of the Williams cars. That's not the point. I made it into Q2. The fact that Lando didn't get through is irrelevant. I made it into Q2. Look, we might get in the way of Lawson here. Yeah, we did a little bit.
Confirmed.
Can't believe that Aston still believes in Stroll in real life. It's not that Aston believes in him, it's that his dad owns the team. So, you know, whether they think he's going to be a world champion or not is kind of irrelevant. You know, if Stroll wants to race, then his dad's going to let him. Getting very crowded on the track. Not everybody's out yet. Might be some don't actually bother coming out again. And there are some big gaps. I mean, that time from Russell, I mean, look at the gap to Norris. It's a second and a half. That's huge. We can coax
Clear ahead.
something out of our cars here. Oh, we might get pulled over.
Yeah, go for it.
Don't get pulled over for the Alpine. Please don't get pulled over for the Alpine. Yeah, we're far enough ahead. I was a little worried. Right, Stroll to the 26.2, which is not quick. Not at all quick. And 26.3 for Fernando. Alright, looks like the full scale of the problem of this car is going to be unleashed here today. We're down 3/10 on Perez. That's a huge little wobble on the accelerator there through that turn for an Alonso. And he's up a couple of tenths on Stroll in the middle sector. Still down a lot to the cars ahead of us, though. We're maxed at 296 kilometers an hour. That's slow. That's very slow. Stroll improves to only 4.5 seconds behind. What can Alonso do? He can improve above Stroll, but with 4 seconds off the pace. Jesus. Yeah, all of a sudden 18th seems a bit optimistic. Alright, Hadjar needs to find a time to get through. And he gets into 9th. That knocks out Pierre Gasly. So Gasly, Albon, Bottas, Perez, Alonso and Stroll are the teams eliminated at the end of SQ1. Qualifying not that exciting. For us anyway. Back of the grid. All right, let's see who sticks it on pole for the sprints. It's George, a tenth ahead of Antonelli, and then Antonelli a 10.5, nearly 2 tenths ahead of Lewis. Oscar 4th, Charles 5th, Norris 6th, 7th and 8th for the Red Bulls of Max and Hadjar, and then Hülkenberg and Behrman. Out in Q2 went Colapinto, Ocon, Lawson, Seitz, and Bortoletto and Lindblad. Interesting. All right, that's in the qualifying. The sprint is up next.
Hello and welcome as our Grand Prix weekend continues, and the sprint will soon be upon us. Of course, this is the first sprint of the season, adding an extra challenge for the drivers and their teams. But as ever, in Formula One, an extra challenge is an extra opportunity.
The big draw today is the opportunity to grab some extra championship points. After all, they could make the difference when the season comes to a close.
Well, it's not too long now until the sprint around Shanghai, where we'll see who comes out on top.
Okay, let's see, can I get away with soft tyres here? If I look after them, maybe, but I don't think the temperatures are going to be high enough for that. What are the temperatures forecast? Actually, maybe 30 degrees ambient. Race day is going to be cooler. Might be able to get away with the soft tyres. Let's have a look. We nailed the setup for Alonso. We did not get it right for Stroll. But given that we are already at the back of the grid, we may as well go ahead and make some adjustments. Starting from the pit lane so that the setup is ready for the next race. Let's try that. And do I go with mediums? No, I'm going to go with the softs. Just going to look after them a little bit. See what we can do. And DRS as well. Try and get Stroll onto the back of the pack before the end of the lap if we can. There we go. We are prepped and ready. The start of the Chinese Grand Prix Sprint is next.
Here we go, the sprint in Shanghai. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Okay, we got off the line well. There's nowhere to go. We're the only ones on softs, everyone else is on mediums.
Ahead is Alonso. Laps to go.
Let's put Alonso into high overtake and trust that he is sensible enough not to do something stupid.
Copy.
And there we go. We punch our way past Perez briefly.
I cannot push any harder than this.
And Stroll's feeling a bit feisty.
Force me wide.
Ah, what have I got tyre percentages? I shouldn't have tyre percentages. Did I install the wrong version of that again?
DRS enabled. Perez ahead. Gap ahead, 0.9. Alonso 0.9 behind.
I must have installed the wrong one.
Copy.
Oh well, I'll fix that then.
More
After the
overtake.
sprint. Even so, could I make a guide on the mods I've installed and how to install them? For the most part, you just need to follow the instructions that come with the 2026 DLC. The other stuff I've added in is very, very simple.
Okay, let's make the most of it.
You know, it's just dropping them into the packs folder. But if there's anything specific you're struggling with, Nexus on hand will be able to answer that straight away for you.
Copy.
Charge on.
Okay. Yes, mate. I don't have that pace.
Yeah, we ran out of battery way too early.
Copy.
Let's add the lift and coast back in.
Yeah.
Good thing is, though, our tyre wear is actually better than the mediums at the moment. So we might actually have some pace over them at the end. I mean, not enough to get anywhere near points, but maybe enough to get back onto the Cadillacs. I'm going to get Alonso in front.
Okay, copy.
Okay, charge on.
Yep.
Ooh, Hulkenberg has got a major issue. Evening, Eric. Is it time to design a rocket with the Astons? Yeah, they're very slow here. Massively slow. I mean, we weren't too bad in... we weren't too bad in
Charge on.
Australia, but here we are massively off the pace. We were 4.5 seconds off in qualifying. Look at these temperatures. I can drop the tyre wear down even more here. I mean, pace is nowhere, so we may as well protect the tyres a bit more.
Let's look after this tire.
We're going to need those mediums for the Grand Prix. We probably might need to 3-stop this Grand Prix. The spirit of Max Chilton has blessed Aston Martin this evening. All right, let's turn our attention further forward a little bit. The two Mercedes have rocketed off into the distance. We've got Hamilton third, Piastri fourth, Leclerc fifth, Verstappen in sixth, Norris and Hadjar seventh and eighth. Colapinto has dropped back 5 seconds. There he is, just appearing in the distance. And then it's Behrman in 10th, Hadjar in the last points position. And for those newcomers amongst the stream tonight, pay attention to the rear wings. Showing off something that will be made available as an update to the 2026 mod soon. Still being tested right now. Max looking very feisty here behind Charles Leclerc, trying to find his way through. Charles Leclerc's also trying to find his way past Oscar. But we have rotating wings rather than wings that snap open and snap shut. We have animated opening and closing on the wings now. And we have the opening upside down wing for the Red Bull as well. 6 seconds clear of Hamilton. Yeah, absolutely rocketing off into the distance. And we are starting to lap a little bit quicker than the cars in front, as our tyre wear is much, much healthier. I think this Aston is hampered enough. I don't think it needs, that on top Nexus. Kimi having a little tentative look and actually commits to it, gets alongside. George will shut him out though for the final turn, I think. And does. And we had a brief yellow flag. Was that? Who was that? It was Leclerc. Leclerc locking up.
But this is what happened. And it was
That's cost him a couple of
Leclerc
places.
this time. Things were going smoothly. And there goes the steering. They took a gamble and it was just too late.
It's going to take a big bite out of those mediums. He's into the pits already, straight away, look. I reckon most of the grid might stop again here, Reigniting the Silver War. Yep, Nexus and I were talking about that earlier. We were talking about, before the stream, talking about the Silver War and everything going on between Hamilton and Rosberg. It is almost like that happening again.
No tire managing required. Let's use it.
Kimi having another little look. He's a bit further back this time. That lockup has promoted Colapinto into the points. Ollie Behrman is closing in. How bad is Aston that Cadillac or mediums are faster than me? Well, I'm actually faster than them at the moment, but not by much. You'll see we've actually closed the gap a little bit this lap. Plus, you know, I'm not really pushing at the moment. They're almost certainly going to have to stop or risk a puncture. Let's see, Perez did a 1:45.6, Alonso a 1:44.6, and 1:44.8 for Stroll. Let's use some battery now as well.
Copy.
Mode push.
Yeah.
Go on a hunt.
That is okay.
There is the two Cadillacs with Leclerc in front of them. Gap down to 3 seconds. Straight line speed. Some of the very fast circuits that are going to be coming up on the calendar. And there we go, Bortoletto into the pits.
Confirm. Copy.
Got no DRS.
Okay.
Charge on, charge on.
Copy.
So we're going to see a whole flurry of pit stops soon, I think. Hamilton, who's got the best tyres out of everybody else apart from Leclerc and us, and now Bortoletto, who's just stopped. Keep this tyre wear going a little bit longer before we turn them up a bit more. See if it's going to cool off a little bit. No, it's going to stay warm all the way through. And that's Colapinto and Behrman both hitting the pits at the same time. Oh, and someone's off. Ah! Antonelli's out. No, everyone's going to get a cheap pit stop. God damn it. Kimi's out.
I lost the car.
And just like that, the hopes of the team start to dwindle.
Lift and coast is good.
Okay.
We may as well stay out now.
Just hold back a little bit.
Copy.
We'll still jump a few cars here.
Copy.
I mean, if we go on the
Charge
assumption
on.
that we're looking
Yeah.
at 18 to 20 seconds for a pit stop, then no, it's maybe a little bit less. Let's say 15 seconds. Then we'll come out around about 11th place if everyone in front of us stops. So I am amazed that we're not seeing more people stopping. Looks like they might try and take their tyres to the end, which would be interesting. Risky. Especially for some of those cars. You look at Lindblad with just 47% left on his tyres. No one's stopping. They are going to try and go the distance. Max Chilton would never get a puncture. That's because the car would break down before that happened. We got another issue developing for Hulkenberg.
I've got no power.
So it looks like two separate issues for him.
Yep. Copy.
We'll go to high fuel now.
Okay.
We're only at half distance.
Copy.
Okay to push.
I'm not going to keep Behrman behind me for very long at all.
Plenty of K1 available when you need it.
Leclerc could win.
Okay.
Ah, it's too far behind.
Copy.
The only way he could win is if there are punctures. And even then, it depends where the punctures happen. Also trying to fight with Ollie Behrman, but yeah, that's not going to go well. Maybe for a corner or two. Maybe not even for a corner. Yeah, I'm amazed more cars did not take that opportunity to box for fresh tyres. Works to our advantage. We might actually get a very respectable finish. Of course, it's a sprint, so it will have no impact with the board whatsoever. It's all down to how we finish in the Grand Prix, and that is not quite so positive. See how close we've caught back up to the field. Perez, Hulkenberg being picked off by Behrman. Colapinto's already got past Hulkenberg.
Copy. Okay, charge on, charge on.
Confirm.
Also makes the move. Can we get through? Maybe. New fastest lap for Charles Leclerc.
Copy.
And we have overtaken one of the Cadillacs. I don't think we'll
Okay,
get
loud
the...
on
Well,
the
we
OS.
might get the other one.
Okay.
Got to keep the first one behind us, though. We had no battery to use as we crossed the line, whereas Perez did, hence him rocketing back through again. Track temperature now 44 degrees. I'm going to have to turn the tyres down. Otherwise they'll burn out too quickly. But even like this, they should still have a pace advantage. Unfortunately, our car does not have
We
a
need to
pace
back off.
advantage.
Okay.
And here comes Gasly on his fresh soft tyres. There was a little squeeze on the inside of the apex there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to have more straight line speed.
GP2 engine. GP2 engine. Oh, track temperature is still climbing. 44.8 degrees. Russell leads Hamilton by 11 seconds with 5 laps to go. 4.5 for him. Then it's Piastri in third, Max in fourth, Norris fifth, Hadjar sixth, seventh for Ocon. Leclerc is back up into the points now in 8th place. He's going to pick off Ocon, I would imagine, pretty convincingly and quickly here. But that'll be as high as he can go. He's just too far behind. And he's burning those tyres hard as well. Look, it's 54%, which is the same as us. We haven't stopped. There we go. Leclerc dives on through. So P7. We'll leave Ocon, Lawson and Lindblad to battle it out. Maybe Sainz as well, to try and battle it out for the final point and hope that Colapinto doesn't catch them, because these are much richer soft tyres, so he could come rocketing up.
It could be better.
Yeah, everything about the car could be better.
Understood.
All right, let's see if we can pick somebody off again. Have a run here on Hulkenberg.
I'm struggling, man.
We still have a chance.
Copy.
Russell continues to pull away. I mean, that's kind of realistic. You know, the Ferraris were competitive until the Mercedes got in front, and then off went the Mercedes into the distance. That's one thing that isn't replicable, I don't think, and that's the rocket ship starts that Ferrari have been making. Although even they've been dumbed down a bit now, thanks to the FIA tweaking the rules. I do feel that has unfairly penalised Ferrari, given that they specifically designed their engine around a small turbo to work the way, to work the rules in such a way that they'll be able to make those rocket ship starts and play into their low speed performance strengths. Have a nice nimble, agile car, but one that would suffer a little bit at top end speed. And the FIA have twice now introduced measures to curb Ferrari's, rocket ship starts. So yeah, I do feel that they have been a little unfairly done this year, but who knows? Maybe with the R02 coming up, they better get one. If they don't get one, then yeah, I think Ferrari can very legitimately call foul. But hopefully they can find some extra performance at the top end with the R02 and close the gap a bit. I do expect Ferrari to be very strong in Monaco. I think their car is perfectly suited to that track.
I'll see if you can find any time.
Colapinto has closed up towards the back of Sainz, but he's not close enough. We've got a few cars that are edging towards puncture territory. Haven't quite reached it yet. As Hulkenberg tries to... Oh, that's Bortoleto on fresher softs. Alonso holds him behind. What was I about to say? Yeah, we have got the random opportunity for a puncture to pop in, but not really been an issue here today. We could see a little flurry of punctures, though, right at the very end with 2 laps remaining. Lindblad, Perez, Hulkenberg, they are 2 that are really going to potentially suffer. Ocon also is in that real risk zone. Everyone else, I think, will just about be okay. There's a couple in the 34s or 33s that might fall victim. Hamilton picks up an issue.
Not a vibration.
That sounds like gearbox to me. And what about R02? How will it work in the game? Not sure. I've enabled turning points in the online database editor. We're going to load our save in at the end of every race and see if it gives us a prompt for R02s.
Okay. Yeah, tracking.
Mode push.
Yeah.
Right, we kept Bortoleto at bay, which I'm quite impressed at. And now we're going to make a move, hopefully here on Perez. Can we stay ahead of him? He's coming back at us. He's coming back. Now we've kept him at bay. Stroll gets past Hulkenberg. Careful tyre management and patience has paid off. We have been able to overtake a few cars.
Yes!
Stroll's a very happy man that he's not the last person on track now. When do we actually get our first ADO? I'm not entirely sure in reality. As Russell crosses the line to win the sprint.
Did so well today. He really deserved that sprint win.
I know they're coming up soon. I think it's, is it the end of June?
And their hard work is rewarded with maximum points.
We're not going to catch Valtteri.
You can pick up the pace now.
Nobody has punctured. Got a couple of cars that might, if they're very unlucky, but I mean, they're so close to the end now that it won't really affect them too much. And they're outside the points anyway. No punctures.
A bit more lift and coast, please.
Yep.
Maybe another lap. We might have seen one. So P17 for Alonso. That's not too bad. P18 if you add Antonelli back in where he was. And P21 for Stroll, which was our race target. Of course, sprints do not count, but
Yeah, not too bad.
that's not bad. Encouraging signs.
Unfortunately for
if
Fernando
we can
Alonso,
read the
there were no
conditions
points to be
correctly.
had in the sprint for him.
It's a P17 finish. They really struggled here, but that's how you learn.
But ultimately, we are not going to have a very good race here at all. We're going to need some major upgrades on this car. It's way too heavy. Well, not way too heavy. I mean, it's definitely a little bit too heavy. It's definitely way too draggy and isn't producing enough downforce. So a lot of things to fix. But there are, some encouraging signs for Alonso that he is able to outperform how bad the car is to an extent. So we'll see how we do. Confirmation of the final sprint result. It is George winning ahead of Hamilton, then Piastri from Verstappen, Norris, Hadjar, Leclerc, and Ocon gets the final point in 8th. Then it's the two RBs of Lawson and Lindblad, 9th and 10th. 11th was Sainz, 12th was Colapinto, 13th for Behrman, 14th for Gasly, 15th for Albon, 16th for Valtteri, 17th for Alonso, 18th for Bortoletto, 19th for Perez, 20th for Stroll, and 21st for Nico Hülkenberg. One retirement, that was Antonelli with a massive loss of control through turn 7, which took his car out and brought out a VSC. Let's see if that has done major damage to his car for qualifying.
Qualifying is coming up, and the drivers will be ready and raring to go.
The Shanghai International Circuit is notoriously tough on tyres, so expect to see that factor into the team's strategies as they deal with this busy schedule.
In terms of George Russell and his form, Karun, how's he going to be feeling, do you imagine?
They had an excellent performance in practice, setting a solid lap time. They must be feeling confident. But confidence doesn't necessarily mean success in Formula One.
So get yourselves comfortable. It's going to be quite the ride.
All right, before we go any further, we are going to sort out this leaderboard issue. So let's copy, hopefully the correct one this time. And let's see if that's worked. Right. Oh, look at that. We nailed the setup changes when we went blind on those setups for Stroll. That's excellent to see. What have I got in terms of tyres? I got 5 sets of softs, 3 sets of mediums, and a set of hards. Probably going to go hard, medium, medium, or medium, medium, hard, or something like that. I doubt I'll use the softs, but we'll have a couple of sets available, so you never know. Let's hit the track and see how we get on with sprint quali, with main quali.
Okay, should be green.
And there we go. We have the correct version without tyre wear now. There we go. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, now I hear you.
Loud and clear.
Copied the file from the wrong folder. That's where I went wrong. So we've got some engine damage or engine wear on Hulkenberg, Antonelli, and Hamilton.
I think it's okay.
Antonelli's is a result of his crash. Hulkenberg had that major issue develop in the sprint, and Hamilton had a minor issue develop in the sprint as well. So those are determining the wear on those. So those minor faults, or the major fault for Hulkenberg, have translated into an unfixable problem, which became engine damage. And then Antonelli obviously damaging something in his powertrain quite badly as a result of that shunt into the wall. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if it's the gearbox. Let's see if these tyres fire up properly. Oh, they have for Stroll. Track
tires are looking
just
good.
a touch under 40 degrees.
Clear ahead. Let's
Looks like
go.
it might cool down in a moment. Alonso's tyres firing up just as we get to the final corner. There we go. These tyres are switched on. That's good. We had issues with that in Australia. And once we cottoned onto that, we suddenly found a bit more pace, and then Alonso ran out of fuel. Let's see how our lap goes this time around. We've got the chance for an instant comparison against a couple of cars, both of which are going to be quicker than us. So Lindblad. Oh, why am I not seeing?
Yeah, it's impossible with these guys.
Why am I not seeing sector times? I'm on intervals. There we go, sectors. That's more like it. A 26.2 and a 26.1 for Alonso. Matched each other in the middle sector, just about. Lindblad is 0.6 quicker than us in the first sector, and 1.1 seconds quicker in the middle sector. Oh, Jesus. Woo! Oh, the lack of pace is pain. It's painful. So Lindblad crosses the line. Does a 1:37.7. Here comes Stroll. He's 2.7 seconds behind. Is Alonso able to go any quicker? Yes, a couple of tenths. 2.4 seconds off the pace of Lindblad. That's not exactly what you would call front-running pace. Let's see what Hadjar does in a Red Bull. But our times are going to be absolutely obliterated by the Ferraris and the Mercedes. Just realised I've got the game partially obscuring chat, so I can't read the comments. Here we go. Lawrence Van Hurt at the moment. So Hadjar's purple in the first sector, but not in the middle. He goes top. Only by 11 thousandths of a second. I thought he'd be further ahead than that. We've got Hamilton on a lap and he's getting held up by Norris.
Boxing.
Switch to the pit limit
Cadillac clears out of the
and
way.
stop on
Hamilton
the marks,
still
find
went
3-star
purple in the
revs,
first
and then
sector,
switch.
despite that potential hold-up from Norris there. Coming out of the snail shell. Let's see what his middle sector's like. Now he's got a Mercedes in the way. That's Antonelli. Antonelli gets clear quickly. How did the sprint race go? Pace in qualifying was abysmal. We dropped a long way behind. Well, I say a long. We dropped behind very quickly because we started at the back and then fell a few seconds behind. But we fought back a little bit towards the end because I was managing the tyres very nicely. Up to the line, Hamilton had a bad final sector, sorry. Having gone purple in the first two, he ends up 3/10 away. Right, let's see what Antonelli does. Antonelli also has that damage to his car after that big shunt in the sprint. Let's see if we can see what that damage actually is. His engine. And he's got a brand new... So he did have gearbox damage, but he basically killed the gearbox. And... Oh! This is not good for Hamilton.
Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
Because this is qualifying, which means changing that engine part will break Parc Ferme. So Hamilton starting from the pit lane. 25-1. That's mighty fast in the first sector here for Antonelli. Purple in the middle. How did I get the mod to work? Which mod? Need to be a little more specific, Damon. What is it that you're trying to use that isn't working? Yeah, there's many elements to the 26 mod. What in particular isn't actually working for you? As Antonelli goes a second quicker than Hadjar. Great, now I don't have fuel in the car, do I? There we go.
Try to get some brake temp before you start the lap.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you're just wanting to know how to install the 2026 mod, when you unzip the files, there is a README, which gives you this link. If you open this link, it takes you to a manual that tells you step by step what you need to do to install it. Max pops up into second place. He's still over 7/10 behind Antonelli. Russell now is starting his flying lap as we get out of Charles Leclerc's way.
Just watch him behind. Keep your tire temp. Good gap ahead.
Oh, wow. 24.9.
Remember, mode push,
Russell's
mode push.
0.2 quicker than Antonelli's opening sector. It's getting a bit clunky here at the end of the lap. Gasly and Sainz both trying to complete their flying laps. Alonso trying to start his flying lap. Oh, messy. We get through. Not a good time for Gasly. Sainz not great, but quicker. Russell is absolutely on fire right now. This is easily going to go top unless he makes a horrible mistake here in the final sector. Oh my word, 7.5 tenths quicker than Antonelli. That is insane pace. Holy shit. Every now and again, drivers are capable of pulling out an ultimately, unstoppable lap, a blinding lap, the perfect lap. Doesn't happen very often, but they'll pull out a lap that's just so quick. They have that lap of the gods moment where they just get everything hooked up perfectly. And so sometimes you'll see the drivers be very, very close, and then all of a sudden one of them will pull out a lap that is perfection, and end up like 4, 5, 6 tenths clear at the top. But doesn't happen very often. I wonder how much of that as well is down to the fact that Antonelli has got an underpowered engine now that after that shunt. But even so, that is very much, I think, a combination of maybe fresh tyres, clear traffic, a lap of the gods moment, and just a little bit of track evolution in there as well. I do expect Antonelli to be quicker on his next run, but I don't know if he's going to be able to topple that. That might be unbeatable. It's a shame for George that he's done it in Q1 and not Q3, because he might not get close to that again. We are quicker than the two Alpines at the moment, but neither of them had a clean run. We are definitely behind Bottas and Perez. Perez is over a second quicker than us. And Bottas is 0.7 quicker than us. Oof. Yeah, our qualifying pace is nowhere at all. I would not be at all surprised if we start this race from the back of the grid, just like we did in the sprint. Right, so Norris goes with a personal best in the opening sector. That's 0.4 slower than George's first sector.
Turn the pit limiter on. Stop on the marks, find pre-start rev, switch off.
Box.
28.9 in the middle sector for George. 29.7 for Norris. He lost 0.8. Joe is at Cadillac as an affiliate, yes. Oh, it's a lock-up for Norris as well. Oh, dear. Norris might get knocked out. He's not going to have time for another run. Is he going to abort? If he aborts, he might just be able to get straight back out again. Speaking of which... we should probably get out on track pretty quickly as well. I forgot to send the cars out. Yeah, I think Norris is not going to be able to get back out in time. Back-to-back Q1 exits for Lando, possibly. I mean, you've got to imagine that sites will find some time. The Alpines, neither of them got a clean run, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see one or both of those jump up the order a fair bit. Antonelli's not coming back out. Look if he's going to have a pit lane start, or if he's just decided not to bother coming back out. George going out again. Can he improve on this run? I wonder. That would be kind of crazy. But yeah, Norris is out. Look. As Valtteri has edged ahead of him. It's going to be tight. Can we make this? I'm not sure. I'm going to take manual control. We might not make the line otherwise. It's going to be tight. I don't think Stroll's going to make it. Lando, sorry, not Lando, Fernando might. He did just. Alonso just made it. Stroll did not. Now, what can we do with this opportunity? $25.8. That's not bad. It's close to Colapinto in Sainz. Middle sector is going to be a little way off, I think, though. Russell's not improving. Gasly goes up to P3. Hulkenberg improves to 15th. That puts Valtteri back in the drop zone. Sainz gets to 17th. Just misses out by 3 thousandths of a second. And we are down on his lap by 9 tenths of a second. Almost a second, basically, at the moment. So our chance of getting through is almost gone. Colapinto only improves to P20. We should hopefully be out. Well, we might beat him. Can we do it? We can, but only him. We couldn't get in front of Norris. But look at that. Sainz out against Albon by just 3 thousandths of a second. That is so close. And once again, we are out in Q1. Let's see who sticks it on pole and what that lap time is. Yeah, the lap times are all screwy again because we're simming them. But it is George on pole with Verstappen in second, Antonelli in third, then Leclerc, Piastri, Gasly, Hadjar. Hamilton's selling for the pits, isn't he? Behrman, Hulkenberg, Ocon. I was wondering where he was. Yeah, he didn't run. He sat out because he's got to start from the pit lane for changing that engine component. Bortoletto 11th, 12th for Lawson, 13th, but with a 3-place penalty for Albon. That will see him drop behind Lindblad, Perez, and Sainz. And then, say, Hamilton in from the pits. It'll be Albon ahead of Bottas, Norris, Alonso, Colapinto, and Stroll, I think. Let's check the amended grid and see if I'm right on that.
The 56 laps of the Shanghai International Circuit await our drivers here in China.
Shanghai has seen its fair share of clashes over the years, one of which happened even before the 2005 race had begun, when Michael Schumacher collided with Christian Albers on the way to the grid, sending Albers into the air.
Shanghai International Circuit is a complicated low-speed track that demands high downforce. The series of rapid turns from 1 to 4 demands high grip, but the more the drivers warm their tyres, the more degradation they'll have to deal with. Well, there's nothing quite like it. Welcome along to race day.
All right, let's take a look at that amended grid, shall we? So, there is Albon down to P16, bumping up Sainz, Perez, and Lindblad. There is Hamilton in the pits. I do wonder what part it was that got changed. We'll have a quick sneak peek at that when the race gets underway. We need to look at strategy and actually maybe about trying a one-stop. It's doable. It's probably not very quick, but it is doable. I might actually be able to make a soft medium work for Alonso. And it's probably not going to be very quick. Soft medium would be better. And that is 10 seconds quicker. What about a medium-hard medium? With a little bit of aggression thrown in on some of those tyres. Still slower. Okay, well, we'll go with this, and then we've got options. We've got extra softs, and we've got the option of boxing early if we get a safety car somewhere around lap 30, putting on some hard tyres, and going to a 2-stop that way. I don't think the 3-stop's going to be the right call around here. And we will do the same for Stroll. Stroll's tyre wear not quite as good as Fernando's, but good enough to make that work. And again, we've got the option of putting some hards out there if we need them. Fuel, let's take just the 1 lap out, and then we'll go very aggressive off the line. Go. All right, we are prepped and ready. The start of the Chinese Grand Prix is next.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here, and we should be in for a tightly contested race. And there's no doubting that Lance Stroll is prepared to put in the hard work.
Not where they'd want to be in P21.
No, I'm sorry,
Honestly,
what?
they've just got to give it their best shot.
But there's no more time left. We've got a race on our hands.
I think that's the very antithesis of Lance Stroll, putting in the hard work.
The excitement is building here in Shanghai. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Okay, we are off and running. Can we get a decent start? There's Hamilton waiting to get out the pits. Alonso dives up the inside of Norris. Gonna go 3 wide. And Bottas is still there. It is 3 wide, and we're going to lose out potentially as a result. Oh, Norris chops across us. Can we get the power down? We've got a slipstream from the car in front. Can we get them both? Oh, no, not quite. But an aggressive start from Fernando in 17th now. Russell leads. Max is 2.5 seconds behind already. And Max is on hard tyres. Ooh, interesting. Leclerc, Lawson, Bortoletto and Sainz starting on mediums. Everyone else is on soft tyres. As we continue to keep Norris frustrated behind us.
Which is too slow.
Keep digging.
Not a bad first lap. Not a bad first lap at all. P17. I don't know if we'll be able to keep that for more than a lap or two. But let's keep our fingers crossed, shall we? Nearly having a little look at Max, but couldn't get the move done. Spots an opening briefly. Max immediately shuts it down. But I think it's a matter of when, not if, for Antonelli getting past. Might happen here. Goes screaming on through. And there's Piastri having a look at Leclerc as well. So, Antonelli now 3.5 seconds behind teammate Russell, who leads the Grand Prix. But he is free and clear of Max on those hard tyres and should pull away now. How are we doing? We're in 17th, and there goes Norris. Just ran a battery. He rockets on through.
Which is too slow.
Hamilton gets past Stroll.
Keep
no
going.
surprise
Good.
there.
Along the straights here. Can they squeeze by?
Yep. There's Stroll putting in the hard work.
And Lewis says, thank you very much.
Let's go another lap or two and then we'll turn the fuel down as well. Track temperature not too bad at the moment, 35.6. These tyres are right on the edge of overheating. A couple more degrees up and they would be a problem. But they're fine for now. As long as we have clean air, we won't have any overheating issues. And if we get stuck behind cars, then that might be a problem. See Hamilton trying to scythe his way through. He's got past Colapinto. Valtteri up next. Here comes Valtteri. Colapinto has actually got a run on Hamilton as well. He might be out of battery. Side by side with Bottas. He's able to carry a bit more speed through the corner than us. And he gets through. Let's see if we can see Stroll in the background. There he is, a little flash of green. Max down to 4th. Under a lot of pressure from Leclerc. Piastri already a second and a half ahead of him. And Antonelli is nearly 4 seconds clear of Piastri. Yeah, these wing animations are coming soon to the 2026 DRC mod. I am very fortunate to be allowed to show them off. They are still work in progress, but I don't think they're too far away from the general release for everybody. There are animations on the front wings as well. They do open and close a little bit quicker, so they're a little harder to spot.
I don't have that pace.
Now Hamilton gets through on Fernando. Again, we've been waiting for that. And just dive bombed us into the hairpin there. The whoop. Yeah, you can see the front wings also have that actual opening and closing animation rather than just snapping instantly open and instantly closed. And of course we do have the new, what do they call it, a Rabona wing. I'm not exactly sure what the official designation is on the Red Bull version. I don't know why Ferrari have that horrible name of calling it the well, I know why they call it the Macarena wing, but you know, it's stupid. So where is Fernando? There he is. Already 3.5 seconds behind. We're losing a bit of time because we're having to defend, which does not help. Let's go into balanced on the fuel now.
Copy.
We are frustrating Colapinto,
A bit
but
more
it's
lift
costing us time to do it, unfortunately. Yep. I think what's going to be better for us in the long run is to just rarely defend. Let's just get on with our race, however bad it's going to be. Stay on the racing line, not cover the corners too intently. So that if we do get lunged, we get lunged, but it shouldn't affect our race pace as much as if we were in normal. Norris has kind of come to a standstill at the moment as he's joined the back of a queue behind Perez. Let's cut our attention to Lando. Trying to find his way past Arvid Lindblad, who's still very close to Albon, who is close to Perez. And there's Sainz and Hamilton. Hamilton might well get past Sainz here. on the run to the hairpin. Norris stepping out of the DRS a little early. We'll have a run in the braking zone, maybe. Nope, he gets chopped quite brutally there by Lindblad. Hamilton does get through on Sainz. That's P17 now for Hamilton. And Colapinto gets through on Alonso. Let's wait for the replay.
Now here we are at the final corner. The opportunity
See,
begging
not
to be taken.
diving to the inside to try and shut that down. We'll just let him through. And then, because he's
That's
going to
a
be quicker than
great
us, let's see if
move
we
by
can
the
stay
Alpine.
with him for a little while. My guess is maybe half a lap before he gets outside that 1 second. Got some battery to play about with again soon. Not quite there yet. And yeah, not even half a lap, not even a sector. We're already out of the 1 second window. Coming up to the end of lap 7, Russell leads Antonelli by 5.5 seconds. Piastri about 4 seconds behind Antonelli. Then it's Leclerc, Verstappen, Hadjar in P6, Gasly 7th, Behrman and Ocon 8th and 9th. Hulkenberg hanging on to that final point position of 10th at the moment. And a little gap to Lawson and Bortoletto. Perez in the heady heights of P13 in the Cadillac. They seem to be performing a little better than they should be. We'll see if that changes as the race progresses. Then it's Albon, Norris, Lindblad, Hamilton, Sainz, Bottas, Colapinto, and then Alonso and Stroll. Evening PR. Nobody in sight on us now, is there? Hamilton almost trying to go around the outside there. Coming under pressure from Sainz behind. We're at that point where the softs are probably going to start to suffer a little bit in comparison to the mediums. Max, his tyres will probably be coming good about now. Does look like he closed the gap slightly to Leclerc this time round. This should be a straightforward move up the inside in the braking zone here. And it is. Hamilton up to P16. Norris up next. Right. Let's turn our attention to Max and Leclerc. This should be Russell's race to lose. Antonelli, with that damaged engine of his, is not going to have the outright pace of George. There's going to be a lower lower power threshold for him. But he should still, as long as his car condition doesn't degrade, he should be comfortable enough to finish second place. Spend some battery again.
Okay. Okay, mode push.
Okay.
We're 5 seconds off the back of Colapinto now. We can probably push the tyres a little bit on this lap as well. Track temperature's still looking okay. They are going to start heating up again soon. Full sunshine in about 4 minutes. Leclerc's closing in on Piastri, who's now 6.5 seconds behind Antonelli. So this is about to become a 3-horse race for for third place and the final step on the podium. What our lap time's going to be. We are rocketing in on the back of Colapinto here. Killed our battery to do it.
Copy.
And we're going to be very slow across the line as a result.
Copy.
Russell did a 143. Antonelli a 142.5 last time around, but it looks like George is responding on this lap. We did a 144.8. We were 2 seconds quicker than Colapinto. So that gap's going to balloon again. Norris has got ahead of Albon. Hamilton hasn't yet. And Perez is in front there and is falling quite a way behind Lawson now. I think the floodgates might open here in a moment. You might see a few cars suddenly go flying through. Here comes Hamilton having a look at the back of Sainz. Couldn't quite squeeze through. We're going to see 2 overtakes happening at once here, potentially. Oh, Norris did not get there in the braking zone. Oh, there's a lunge. Arvid Lindblad shooting it up the inside of Sainz there. What a move. Into the pits for Ollie Behrman. First car to box today. Hard tyres going to go on. Out he goes. Where's he going to feed out? Ahead of us. That's bad. We're over a pit stop behind Behrman. Pit window opening up soon. Let's have a look at Perez. Well, I've been left for dead. Look, there's Lindblad, having made that immense lunge on sight last lap. He's now probably a little out of battery and under pressure. We are going to start to see pit stops happening very soon now as a general thing for most of the grid. Most of the grid on those soft tyres. We would have been pushing a bit harder than us for a good chunk of this first stint. And a lot of them have been running in dirty air as well, so the tyre temps will have gone up as a result of that. We should have further worn them out a little bit faster than we have on ours. And there we go, 2 more into the pits. Ocon and Gasly. Gasly gets away before Ocon even makes it there. Perez is in as well. I do want to see a Cadillac pit stop.
Copy.
Like a couple laps
pretty good.
or sooner than that?
Why is supposed to be stopping? Was it lap 16? Yeah, lap 16. Keep the tyre pace going until that stop. And Perez is only 5 seconds behind Stroll. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be beating the Cadillacs today. Maybe Bottas if we're lucky. Well, only if we're lucky. I think 18th for Alonso is a pipe dream today. 21st for Stroll, also probably a pipe dream, unfortunately. Unless we get a retirement, in which case Stroll will make 21st, unless he is the retirement. Hulkenberg into the pits in the Audi. And so is Lando Norris, who's now running in P10, or was. Thanks to a couple of pit stops, he'll come out back into some traffic again. And a few more cars stopping as well. Medium tyres going on.
Oh, it looks like a pit stop issue.
Problems for Lindblad. Stop.
We see the RB team waiting there. However, they can't seem to jack the car up.
That is a bad stop. So Norris is back behind us again. Well, he's still ahead of Stroll, but he's back behind Alonso again. And we were only, what, a second and a half behind Alonso, I think, a lap or two ago. We're now 7 seconds behind him. Our car is so painfully slow. But at least it's not like our 2013 playthrough. At least the board doesn't expect us to win the Constructors' Championship this year. Our target for the season is 10th, which is where we are right now at the moment. We are in 10th. Might not be after this race, but we are there at the moment. Hamilton's in from P9 as we get overtaken by Nico Hulkenberg.
I cannot push any harder than this.
I just want to keep hearing, Fernando get gradually more and more angry in that car.
You know I'm going fast, mate.
I would love it if the GB2 line is actually part of his dialogue. I don't think it is, but what a gem that would be if it's in here. And Hamilton gets out just in front of Lance Stroll. So there's Norris, who we were ahead of for a good few laps at the start of the race. He's now a pit stop ahead of us, effectively. I think I'm going to have to find a soundbite of that and then just have it on a button that I can press every time we get overtaken. Look for that now, actually.
Yeah, I don't know what to do, man.
Someone put it to a
Yeah, mate.
techno track.
I don't have that pace.
I just want the audio. I'm going to have to find it from a... There you go, tune a voice mod.
Okay.
I'll keep my eye open on that. I'll check that out later. Let's have a look at our current tyre life. 36. Yeah, we want to be in this lap, don't we? Confirm. And Stroll will get him in this lap as well, but we'll have to stop pushing the tyres quite so hard.
Copy box.
Yeah.
We need a back off.
Okay.
Box now.
Out of the pits comes Valtteri Bottas. So, apart from us, the only team on softs that hasn't stopped yet is the Mercedes drivers. I wonder if they'll stop this lap. Even if I put a rocket ship, I'll be 11th. Ah, cheeky. We probably won't do much this season. It'll all be trying to just develop the car ready for next season to have a chance of moving back up the order, I think. But we'll see. Of course, the worse we do this year, the more hours we'll have in testing next year for development. Getting held for Lawson coming through. Getting held a long time for Lawson. They could have let him through there, I think. In comes Fernando.
Boxing.
bad stop. Well, quick stop though, 2.9. 2.7 for Stroll, a little bit better. And, oh wow. The leaders are in to box. And they are essentially almost a lap ahead of us. Antonelli might have been held slightly there. So Max and Charles go through. And yeah, they aren't far away from us, are they?
Ahead is Alonso.
New fastest lap for Oscar Piastri, a 141.2. Which, to put in comparison, is... well, we can ignore the Mercedes times. A couple of seconds quicker. 2.3 seconds quicker, actually, than Charles Leclerc on that last lap. Sainz into the pits. As Norris now sets the fastest lap, a 141.2 as well. McLaren suddenly opening the tap and letting the pace flow a little bit. So chopping ahead of Sainz there into turn one. That was very tight. There we go. Timings have settled down a bit more now. We are 12.5 seconds off the back of Valtteri. And the gap to Stroll's up to 7.5 seconds now. In fact, we have a look from the back of Stroll's car. We might actually see the race leaders coming through in the background very soon. Norris gets ahead of Lawson into P11. He's so close to the points now.
Yep.
Next up will be Nico Hulkenberg. Oh, there was Max. Oh, yeah. We are definitely going to get lapped. I mean, Max hasn't stopped yet, but I mean, if he's on the back of us after 18 laps, there he is. The two Mercedes behind, and they aren't too far behind him. Let's see, Antonelli. Well, Russell's only less than 7 seconds behind Max. So they have stopped. Absolutely going to get that. So if we do a 145.5, 7 tenths slower than Alonso. That's a big old gap. And it was a 142.9 for Verstappen. A new fastest laps for Russell and Antonelli, 140s, 140.8 and 140.4. Now that our tyres are up to temp, we are going to turn the batteries back on.
Mode push.
Copy.
Copy.
Unless something exciting happens, someone crashing out, bringing out a safety car, or even a red flag, although red flags are usually pretty rare here at China. I think we're just going to be destined to finish 21st and 22nd tonight. Maybe a random retirement due to a failure You know, for either Antonelli or Hulkenberg. That might happen, but I doubt it. Yeah, this is just going to be a tourist race. There you see, Russell has overtaken Charles Leclerc, who I think is probably going for a one-stop here. I imagine Max might be doing the same. New fastest lap again for George, a 140.1. And Leclerc's just going to see that Mercedes disappear off into the distance very quickly here. Is this my first season with this team? It is. Yeah, this is the first season of this playthrough using the new 2026 season update DLC. And the Aston is slow. Very slow. Horrendously slow. Going to have a lot of work ahead of us to turn these guys into championship contenders. I think the board objective is to win the Constructors' Championship next season, which that ain't happening. Not at all. Although I am curious as to how the engine upgrades are going to work, or if they're actually going to work, because this is no longer integrated into the
Okay, copy.
into the
Charge
database
on.
editor, but I don't think that will have any bearing on the engine turning points. So I've got them switched on. We'll just have to wait and see when they drop and whether they're going to allow us to make some tweaks to our engine, and if so, what tweaks they're going to allow us to make, and whether they're going to be upgrades for the AI engines at the same time. So we might not gain much of an advantage or much of an improvement at all in relation to the other engines. We shall see. That is something I'm looking forward to seeing how that works later on this season. Not a bad stop for Charles Leclerc. That, I think, is going to be his only stop. I think he's going to go for the one stop today. Gets out ahead of Isaac Hadjar. And Max, who's still out there and will be out there for a while yet if he's going for a one stop, has now been overtaken by George. Just switch to Mercedes engines next season. Could do, but I mean, you know, we're Honda. We're shit and we're proud. Liverpool have reached a verbal agreement with Iraola to take over. They are not closing in. Oh, someone's got a fault. It's Albon. I missed that. We're now 15 seconds behind Valtteri and lapping slower. And Stroll's been lapped. Stroll has been lapped by George Russell. I'll have to pull over for Max in a minute as well, and Antonelli. Antonelli's storming up as well.
Okay, now blue flag for Stroll.
I think, to be fair, most teams have championship, winning the Constructors' Championship in 27. as their objective. Let me have a look in the database editor. Let's pop the autosave. Alright, so this is the autosave. So this is based off of everything up to and including qualifying. Although I don't think that's going to be actually added into this until after the Grand Prix itself. But if we go to teams and take a look at the objectives. So Ferrari, Constructors' Championship next season, second this year. McLaren. Oh, Max is into the pits. Soft tyres. Oh, is Max going for a two-stop? It's got to be. We're not even at half race distance yet. He's got to be two-stopping. Gets out ahead of Charles Leclerc, who might have to two-stop himself then. Okay. McLaren, season objective is second this year and Constructors next season. Red Bull, third this year, Constructors next season. Mercedes, first this year, Constructors next year as the long term. Of course, if they achieve it this year, which they're almost certainly going to do, then that will get changed and restarted with something else. Alpine, fifth this year, points contender next season. Points contender? Okay, I think that should be podium contender for Alpine, but never mind. Williams, eighth and podium contender. I think that should be points contender. 2027. Interesting. Haas, sixth this year, points contender next season. That seems fair. Racing Bulls, seventh this year, points contender next season. Audi, seventh this year, podium contender. I think I changed that. I might have changed that. I think they wanted championship contender next season as well. I'm not sure on that one, whether I changed that one or not. Aston, 10th this year, Constructors Champions by the end of next year, which isn't going to happen. So, yeah. Well, at least we've got a chance of achieving our season objective this year. We are currently 10th in the standings. These are the standings from last season. From last night. We want current standings. And let's go teams. So there you can see we are here in 10th. There we go. Yeah, there we are in 10th place. No points scored, but ahead of Cadillac. In fact, actually, add an icon in for Cadillac. There it is. Save. And there we go. Cadillac Formula 1 team badge. It says here RBPT. It's RBPT Honda in game at the moment for some reason. I don't know why. And it says Renault for us, but that should be Honda. That should, I think, get updated soon in the next update. Right, where is Alonso? Oh, Alonso's been lapped. Antonelli and Russell have both gone through.
Nice, very good.
Seeing big fights between the Ferrari juniors in F2. Who are the F2 juniors, because Chuka's still F3, isn't he? I know you got, what, Rafa Kamara and Beganovic. Are they both in F2 now? I'm assuming Beganovic has stepped up from F3 into F2.
Mode push, mode push.
Yeah.
Piastri's got through. On Stroll, anyway. Ocon in for his second stop. And soft tyres. That's optimistic. Yeah, we haven't reached half distance yet. Not quite. We're almost at half distance, so that's got to be a 3-stop then for Ocon.
Okay.
Right, we're going to skip over to George in a moment because he's about to lap a few cars.
To charge on.
Confirm.
That'll be Albon, Perez, Bottas, and a little bit further ahead, Colapinto. Yeah, George is about to start putting laps on a good chunk of the bottom half of the grid here. Oh, he locks up. That'll give Antonelli a little bit of hope. There is Kimi. Wonder what that's done to George's tyres. Well, if he was marginal on a 1-stop, that's going to put him onto a 2-stop, I think.
Copy.
Antonelli's going to need to stop again. So I imagine George is going to do the same as well. I imagine they're both on 2 stops, but I do think Ocon has to be on a 3-stop. Because he can't take those tyres another 29 laps. Or, sorry, another 28 laps. This is how many laps we've got remaining now. We are now at half distance in this Grand Prix. And we are a long way behind everybody, unfortunately. Alonso is about to be lapped by Oscar Piastri. There is Oscar. We just saw him in the top right corner. There he is, looming large now in the distance. Alonso is faster than Albon. He is. The car isn't. We had a good lap last lap. Albon might have made a mistake somewhere. He's about to be lapped, is Albon. And you see George getting very, very close to him. And this is the worst way to get lapped as well, with two cars that are about 2-3 seconds apart. Because you get blue flag, so you lift and you let the other car through. You just about get back up to speed, and then you have to lift and let the other car through again. You know, it's much better when they're within a second of each other, because you can let them both go at the same time. But when you're constantly getting blue flag for cars that are about 3 or 4 seconds apart, it just ruins any chance you had of closing it on the car in front of you. Cadillacs are up next for George. And that's an interesting place to let someone through. Probably a pretty good place, actually. Didn't cost him that much time. George has already gone through past Perez. Kimi looks quick. Well, don't forget, George just had that big lockup, which, you know, took several seconds out of the gap. It was definitely bigger than that. But what may happen as a result of that lockup is that Kimi may, because he's on mediums against hards, he may box sooner and get a bit of an undercut. And that undercut might get him ahead of George. So we have been lapped by Oscar, and I think by Max as well. Yes, Max has gone through. Gasly's in for his second stop. As Antonelli goes past Bottas. Colapinto up next. That's a bad stop. You think people expect too much of Colton Herta? Possibly. I mean, F2 is a difficult challenge, yes, and the High-Tech is a terrible car this year. So not really much of an opportunity to showcase his talents. I think the talk of replacing Valtteri with Herta this year is very, very optimistic. I don't think Herta is ready for Formula One yet. Plus, he doesn't have a super license yet either. So that's not going to happen anytime until then. But what we might see potentially is if Herta does get a super license before the year ends, we may possibly see him jump in for the final Grand Prix. Or they may If they know that Herta's going to get enough points to get a super license by the end of the year, what they may do is ask for special dispensation to let Herta race in the final year, the final Grand Prix of the year at Abu Dhabi, like they did with Jack Doohan coming in. Yeah, although slightly different circumstances, but like Ocon was moved aside to make space for who was it who tested that car? Was it? Who was it? Was it Ben? No. Yeah, well, no, it was Ocon. He vacated his seat at Alpine, didn't he? One race early to let Doohan come in. So we may see some kind of deal done there if they know that Herta's going to have enough super license points to put him in the car next year. They may pay off Valtteri and ask the FIA for special dispensation to let Herta run, knowing that he's going to get his super license but won't technically actually have it until after the end of the season. I don't know if they would bend that rule or not. Right. Another slow lap for Albon. He didn't get lapped on that last lap, so I'm not quite sure why he was suddenly so slow again. Norris is into the pits. Mediums to go to the end for him.
We're happy with you pushing.
And Sainz coming in as well. Charles Leclerc is the latest car to put a lap on us. Hadjar has also lapped Stroll. Bit of hards going on for Carlos. Lindblad now coming in. Had a bad stop last time round. Gets a clean one this time. Another 146. Yeah, Albon is struggling a little bit, isn't he? But then so are we. So, dear. Mind you, we got lapped last time round, so. We are lapping. Because Stroll didn't get lapped last lap. We are lapping nearly 5 seconds slower than George Russell at the moment. Admittedly, that's George with a quick lap. So if we take Antonelli as the benchmark, 142. He definitely wasn't pushing last lap. A 142 against a 145.6. Yeah, we're lapping 3.5 seconds slower than the race leaders on average. Between 3 and 4 seconds. So that's a large deficit. A very large deficit. Albon getting lapped by Piastri. He's going to drop Lindblad right on him. Next year, Caddy will decide who to drop this year is adjusted to life in F1. Yeah, but I mean, sometimes there's no smoke without fire. I mean, I know the team have been hugely impressed with Perez, but there's a lot of rumblings around Valtteri at the moment. I think they expected the two of them to be, as did I thought they would be pretty similarly matched pace-wise, and that just hasn't been the case so far this year. But then, having said that, we don't know what's actually going on inside the team. They could be in a situation where they just don't have enough parts to keep both cars fully spec'd at the same spec. So maybe Perez has got the A car and Valtteri's got the B car. Bottas comes out just behind Alonso. Don't think he's going to stay behind for very long. Norris sets a new fastest lap with a 1:39.2. That is quick. Fuel loads burning off. Track will be getting a little bit quicker in general, with extra rubber being thrown down. Evening, Tony.
We're happy on tires. Push whatever you need.
They're going to start lining up on Stroll in a minute. Here comes Hamilton, who is currently P7. Behrman not far behind. There's Behrman as well.
How's the deck?
Struggling with rears.
Put neutral for Grandpa Alonso to hold Bottas. There's no point. We're about to box. We're already, massively slower than him. Like I say, the only way we're not going to finish 21st and 22nd tonight
is good
if someone retires. Behrman's into the pits. Brand new series. Started last night in Australia. 21 races this year because there's no Madrid circuit. And the database has already taken out Bahrain and Saudi for this season. We are going to have to be a little creative with the calendar next season, given that the 2027 season is going to change a bit. There's going to be new tracks coming in that we can't replicate. So we either go with a shorter calendar again, or we just mess with the order a little bit. I think we'll just go with the races that we can put in and then just leave gaps where those races aren't. So no Madrid, no Portimao. There'll be no Zandvoort next year either. That's dropping off the calendar at the end of this season. Yellow flag. Who's that for? Ooh, lock up for
Right
Lewis.
then, we can take a look now. So here we go, heading into turn one. Oh, and the car locks up. And they ended up their own passenger.
Gap between Russell and Antonelli has gone back up again. It's now 7.5 seconds and change. Russell putting in the turning on the pace when he needs to. We're already 7.5 seconds behind Valtteri. He's certainly making the most of those fresher tyres.
Copy.
We'll get Stroll in this lap.
Box now, box now.
Okay,
Oh, they go 3 wide behind us down the straight. I'm not sure which drivers are which. Nowhere to click. I think it's here. Yeah, there it is. And it is Gasly staying ahead of Bortoletto and Norris.
boxing.
Albon now gets through on Alonso.
Yeah, struggling.
GP2 engine, GP2. 2.9 second stop again, not great. Pit crew's terrible as well. Ah dear. We've got work to do. We've got serious work to do. So, who has Stroll come out
Okay, Alonso
behind?
ahead. 20 laps to
Lindblad,
go.
I think. Nope, not Lindblad. Lawson. Lawson and Hulkenberg have put a lap on us. There we are. Oh, who is that as well? Is that Sainz? No, it's not Sainz. Oh, God, I'm 2 laps down. Ah, Stroll is 2 laps down. Jesus. Perez in for his second stop.
Copy. Okay, copy, box.
Ah, 2 laps down. Oh, that's bad. Got my work cut out this season. Well, yeah, pretty much. But, I mean, the expectations for this season are low. So next season's going to be more of a problem, I think. Because there's only so much ground we can make up before we run out of money, run out of expertise. We can only make so much improvement this year. But the worst we do this year, and we are going to... Oh, wow, they're stacking them again. Although there was a big enough gap between them. Max in and Oscar right behind as well. Soft tyres going on both. Alonso coming into the pits now as well.
Pit lane entry.
Yeah, I do think that second half of the season will be better for us. I think by that point we'll have been able to make some headway. But we're going to finish 10th or 11th in the championship this year. I'm pretty confident of that. So we will get a lot of hours in testing for next season. Bad stop. Oh my God, it's a really bad stop.
How much we lost?
7 seconds.
What?
GP2 pit crew. GP2. Oh, Russell stopped. And so did Antonelli. I completely missed. No. Yeah, no. We never saw what tyres they put on. We saw them exiting the pits. We never actually saw them going into the pits. Antonelli right behind Charles Leclerc, looking to make the move. He should sweep around the outside of him with those tyres, but Leclerc feeling feisty. I think Leclerc is going to try and go the distance. I don't think he's going to make it. Norris now up into P8. And going on the attack against Hamilton, who I think might need to stop again. There's no way I'm 53 seconds behind, well, 54 seconds behind Perez. That's a timing anomaly. It should sort itself out in a minute when we cross the line. It's still going to be a big gap, but it's not that big. – 26 seconds. That's still uncomfortably large. George Russell sets a new fastest lap of 1:38.4.
Copy.
Yeah, based on yesterday's race and today's race, yesterday was very much, I think, an anomaly. We are going to have to set our targets as 21st for both drivers. We can't go any lower than that, unfortunately. But 21st for Alonso is going to be our sponsor target, and hopefully we'll get some money. You know, it'll be 340 grand a race. That'll be it. And then if we're lucky, someone might retire and we might get both cars in the top 21. Hadjar with a bad stop. Really bad stop.
And there's been a slow pit stop.
I wonder if I can unlap myself briefly against Hadjar. I can. I'm going to get blue flagged as a result. Might have been better if we hadn't done that. Whether we had got through or not, we were going to get blue flag for Lawson anyway. And then behind Lawson, Hulkenberg, he's pretty close. Yeah, we're going to be lapped by a lot of people here. Charles Leclerc has had to box. He can't go the distance. Let's see, 14 laps to go. What tyres is he coming in for? A set of softs. And it's a bad stop.
Mode push.
Oscar goes through. He'll get out comfortably ahead of Norris, who's now P6. I'm surprised that Hamilton hasn't had... Well, actually, no, because Hamilton started from the pit lane, didn't he? So, but I'm surprised that he's that far behind Norris. I would have thought he'd have been further up by now. Maybe he's trying to nurse the tyres on a one stop, but again, I think he's going to have to stop soon. Bortoletto hits the pits.
Copy.
to bring him out a lap down behind George Russell. There goes George. So just ahead of Ocon.
Charge on, charge on.
Copy.
Well, I'm glad we've had the distraction of animated wings to keep us distracted from the absolutely abysmal race performance. There is no pace in this car, at least at this circuit anyway. Maybe we'll do a little bit better in Japan, but somehow I doubt it. Oh, we got a safety car. That's interesting. Who crashed? Don't tell me.
Is he okay?
Don't tell me it's Hamilton. It is Hamilton. Hamilton and Gasly are out. All of a sudden, that puts us up to P19, one position away. That's assuming they're both out. That puts us one position away from Alonso actually hitting his target. And if they do retire, Stroll will get some money because his target was 21st. May as well call Stroll in. Let's see if the leader boxes, though. We're not going to get picked up on this lap. And I might as well, again, box for a fresh set of softs with Alonso as well. Let's get some fuel saved. Oh, I didn't hit the replay.
I can't believe it.
Well, we're on Hamilton's car, so we might see the replay when that car gets cleared.
Now we're with Lewis Hamilton here.
Ah, so Hamilton was hit from behind.
Close to each other, and the contact between the cars inevitable, and that won't do their confidence any good.
And they are both out. Lovely stuff.
So there's possible debris in one.
Copy.
So let's see if the leaders box. Everyone else is going to box. I don't want Stroll to box because otherwise he'll end up 2 laps down again. He's only 1 lap down at the moment. And Russell does box. And then he'll get picked up by the safety car.
What position are we?
Ahead is Alonso. 14 laps to go.
Okay.
So this way I can get both my cars back on the lead lap.
Box now.
Boxing.
And then we can just try and be aggressive and see if we can maybe do something at the end here. I would imagine we're going to see a lot of soft tyres going on. Russell's put on mediums. He didn't have another set of softs available, it would seem. What about Antonelli? Antonelli's gone mediums as well. Max has gone for a set of softs. Bad stop for Oscar. Leclerc has literally only just stopped recently, so he's going to jump ahead of Max and Oscar. Stroll's on mediums at the moment, but he's going to be coming off for a set of softs. See?
And we'll box this lap.
Okay.
All right, into the pits for Fernando.
Box.
Probably should have got another lap. Never mind. 2.9 seconds. Come on, let's have a decent pit stop here, please. Nope. 2.9 seconds again. So we're still a lap down, but we will get the the opportunity to unlap ourselves. Who else is a lap down? Everyone up to and including Sights, who is already in the queue.
Copy.
Lindblad right behind him. Then Colapinto a couple of cars back. Perez at the back of the existing train. Then Albon, Valtteri.
13 laps
and then
to go.
us.
13.
All right, we're going to take advantage of this safety car and pop a quick ad break.
Yeah, copy that. Keep your tire temp.
Stroll just complained about the safety car being slow. Yeah, I think he did that right before he punted Daniel Ricciardo a couple of years ago, didn't he? Lapped cars may now overtake. Well, Alonso is going to be able to start punching his way through that queue pretty quickly. Stroll hasn't even caught the queue yet. And the safety car will be in at the end of next lap. So, yeah. What happens? Gasly locked up at the hairpin and took out Hamilton and himself. Whoa! Jesus! What the hell just happened there? That was crazy. You all saw that, right? With the safety car just going absolutely nuts.
How are the tires? Okay, copy.
Charge off.
Okay.
I've never ever seen the safety car do that. Ever. It's a new one. safety car ending. He hasn't even... He's only just got past the safety car. Look at the gap between the two.
Copy.
Oh, man. Yeah, Stroll's going to start getting blue flagged very soon.
And we are okay to push, okay to push.
Yeah.
Mode push.
Yep.
Okay.
The safety car has gone, hasn't it? It's just left the pack behind. There it goes. Why such big gaps? Just because of how many cars were lapped and how long it took them to get through the field. These cars all being like that, that's pretty par for the course. But Stroll hadn't even caught the back of the pack when the instruction was given to allow lapped cars to overtake. And he got to this point of the circuit here, and he just got past the safety car, and the safety car said, right, we're coming in. Yeah, it's not going to be long until he gets lapped.
Copy.
No, safety car's in the pits. We're back into racing conditions again.
The tire temps are still looking good for our side, so it's still okay.
Yep.
Charge on.
Copy.
I wonder if it's Lord Mahathir. New fastest lap for George, a 136.8. Yeah, that was quick. We're not too far behind Valtteri. We might have a chance of getting P18. Perez didn't stop. So, Perez is potentially going to be quite slow here. As Albon dives up the inside, he gets through. Valtteri will do the same on those fresh soft tyres, and then maybe we'll be quick enough to get ahead of him. Let's see what he does across the line. Oh, well, no, not if he's doing 1 minute 43. Ah, we did a 142. I want him to defend like crazy here against Valtteri because that will slow him down. Give us an opportunity to stealthily sneak our way up to the back of them. Even in that first sector.
Okay.
Not too bad in the middle sector.
Understood.
Still fighting each other, but they're still quicker than me, unfortunately. Let's go for it with the tyres.
Copy. Copy.
These tires, they feel good.
Come on, Fernando. Oh, Perez goes around the outside and holds the position. This is good. That's defensive driving into corners. That's going to slow them down. The gap is 2 seconds now. We're out of battery.
Yep.
6 laps to go. Can we catch one of the two?
Okay.
We need one of them to achieve my sponsor target for Fernando. Stroll's about to get lapped again. Took 1.4 seconds out of Perez on that last lap. Backed off a little bit.
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they did.
Tyres are overheating. That means they're going to lose performance.
Yeah, okay.
And cool them down a touch. Stroll has been lapped. There we go.
Okay.
That's Antonelli. And there's Russell. Max is already 6 seconds behind Antonelli. The Mercedes dominance here
That is Alonso.
has been monstrous. I don't think we're going to do it. I don't think we're going to catch him. Maybe there'll be a lock-up and they'll take each other out. Valtteri squeezed him out this time. Yes, he can. That's probably the worst outcome. Perez will now get overtake. He'll get boost mode, so he'll be able to use, yeah, he'll get overtake, so he'll get that
Copy.
extra half a megajoule of power. That said, maybe he won't. He's already a second and a half behind. Let's see if Perez's pace really drops off.
Cool rear left if you can at all.
May as well go for it all the tires again.
Okay.
There goes Verstappen.
Okay, now blue flag for Stroll, blue flag Stroll.
Gary Gannon giving a voice line from when he was at Haas there. Stroll's just an obstacle here at this point for everybody. Let's see if Hadjar can stay ahead of Norris.
Copy.
And for now, Alonso 2.5 seconds behind Perez, whose pace has dropped again now that he's not fighting his teammate. Got to go for it with the battery. See if we can get that 1 second gap for the overtake.
Some degradation.
Got one more lap after this one. Actually, no, we've got 2 more laps after this one. It's 1 more lap for Stroll. Tops out 294, 295. Yeah, it's not very quick, is it? For example, let's see what George tops out at. What? That can't be right. Oh no, wait, we were deploying. We were deploying, he wasn't.
Copy.
So, final lap started for George. I don't think we're going to catch Perez.
Okay, copy.
Ah, it's a shame. We're just going to miss out on Alonso's target of 18.
Tires calm down.
It was an overly optimistic target.
Okay.
least Alonso will stay on the lead lap. There it is, spicy between Norris and Hadjar. Leclerc's not too far ahead either.
Copy.
Is it going to be a lunge? No. That's it. Norris is going to be
Russell
held
wins it.
behind.
First over the line. And coming in first, it's George Russell.
1-2 for
They can
Mercedes.
be really proud of what they've achieved today. A result like that doesn't just fall into your lap.
Max takes third. And Perez is too quick. But we'll have a new underfloor, hopefully, on both cars for Suzuka.
Checkered flag.
And then a bit of a gap to Miami
Yeah,
to
we've
try
got some
and
work
get
to do.
another upgrade or two on the car.
So just remember when you come in, you go
Assuming we have the
P1,
money
wait
for
3
that.
seconds, and then P0. See you soon.
Stroll is home and hosed, having been lapped by a lot of cars. Who didn't lap him? He was lapped by everybody up to and including Liam Lawson in a very, very short space of time. Ah, dear. Yeah, definitely got our work cut out for us with Aston this season to turn them into anything like a semi-competitive team that might scrape a point here and there if we're lucky. Massively underpowered, massive lack of downforce.
I can't imagine Fernando Alonso will want to dwell on that today.
It's been a very frustrating day for them, and they leave without any points. That's not the sort of performance we'd expect to see, really.
And up he goes, George Russell joining the podium lineup after a memorable Grand Prix.
That gives them their first win of the season, and it was really well deserved.
And that's the podium complete for the Chinese Grand Prix.
Nice to see proper trophies. Rather than the generic in-game, I've just been to a cheap trophy
Hello, Karun,
store.
with the garages full of
Cups
activity.
that we always
What's
get.
the mood like down at Aston Martin now?
It's not been the greatest weekend. Both drivers need to step up and show what they can do, and the team have to be there to support them. Next round will see us head east as F1 prepares for the Japanese Grand Prix. We'll see you at Suzuka, a firm favourite for the drivers.
So, confirmation of the final result. George with another win. Antonelli in second. Max in third. Then Oscar taking fourth ahead of Charles Leclerc. Hadjar in sixth. Norris up 11 places in the end to take seventh. Good recovery from him after once again going out in Q1. 2 races in a row. Not a great qualifying start to the season for Norris. Bortoletto in 8th place gets some points for Audi. Then it is Lawson in 9th and Ocon in 10th. Behind them, we have Behrman missing out on points behind his teammate in 11th. 12th for Hülkenberg, 13th for Sainz, 14th for Lindblad, 15th for Colapinto, 16th for Albon, 17th for Bottas, Perez in 18th, 19th for Fernando, just missing out on our target of 18th, and Stroll 20th and a lap down but does get that target of 21st or higher. So at least we'll get a little bit of cash. And then 2 retirements, Hamilton and Gasly. Gasly locking up at the hairpin, slamming into the back of Alonso, into the back of Hamilton, and bringing out that safety car. Let's take a look then at the drivers' standings. It is George up 3 places to take the top spot after winning the race and the sprint here today. 33 points in total, puts him on 45 so far. Antonelli in second with 43. Obviously, he won the opening Grand Prix in Australia. Max, some decent points as well. 20 points for him, puts him up to 38 points, but he does drop down thanks to George shooting up. And then it's Oscar with 28 points, Leclerc with 27. 19 points now for Hadjar. Norris up into 7th place with 14 points. Ocon has 8 points in 8th. Hamilton up 11 places with his first points of the season. Then it is Bortoletto, and those points are from the sprint because he did not finish in the first race either, as well as this race. So, yeah, 2 DNFs out of 2 Grand Prix so far for Hamilton. He's been... was he the victim in the first one as well? I think he was. Don't think he caused it. Bortoletto is 10th with 4 points. Lawson with 2 points. Moves up into 11th, just overtaking Gasly, who also has 2 points. Then we have Behrman in 13th, the last of the scorers. And behind him, we have Sainz, Hulkenberg, Lindblad, Colapinto, Alonso in 18th, down a couple of places. Then Albon in 19th, Bottas, Perez, and Stroll. In the constructor standings, 51 points this weekend for Mercedes, sees them up to 88. Red Bull in second, picking up 31 points. They're on 57, so they're already 31 points behind. McLaren overtake Ferrari and to take third. They're on 42 points now, with Ferrari on 34. Then it's 9 points for Haas, 4 points for Sauber, their first points of the season, or Audi, as I should say. And then we have RB in 7th with 2 points, Alpine in 8th with 2 points, 9th, Williams with 0. We are 10th with 0, our current season target. And Cadillac are bottom with also 0 points. In the pit stop challenge, we did just make the leaderboard there with that one good stop from Lance Stroll at 2.7. That's worth 4 points, but it's first and second for McLaren. Their pit crew working very well today. Cadillac doing well as well, 3rd and 5th. RB also getting 2 cars home in the top 10 in 4th and 9th. Alpine gets some points in 6th with Red Bull 7th. We took 8th, and Mercedes get the final point in 10th. So the standings look like this. McLaren go top, 43 points out this weekend, puts them on 61. We got 20. How did we get 25 points? Oh, wait, no, we're not Cadillac, are we? That's 6 seasons of running Cadillac for you. Cadillac up 4 places to take second. They're on 35 points. We picked up 4 points to drop down 2 places into 3rd with 29. Then it's RB with 26. Mercedes with 16. Williams, no points this weekend. They're on 12 still. 11 points now for Alpine. 6 points for Red Bull. They're off the mark. And then it's Sauber, Audi. I need to change that. They have 6 points in 9th. Haas in 10th with 0. And bottom of the pile is Ferrari. A little bit of a surprise there. Let's take a look at the summary of our stops. A lot of 2.9s. First and third stop there. Second and third for Stroll. And then we had that horror stop there. But even if you take the 4 seconds lost off of that, it was still a 2.9. And we had that one decent stop, a 2.7. So our pit crew definitely needs some work as well. And they see Alonso just missing out on his target, unfortunately. But we did at least manage to get some income thanks to Stroll getting into the top 21. Or as I should say, rather, thanks to Hamilton and Gasly, taking themselves out of the equation for us. Right, let's head back to HQ and start prepping for Suzuka. Alright, Gary Gannon has gone up by a rating point to an 84. Might look to replace Gary Gannon. Andrew Vizard up to an 87. Let's see. The purple in the inbox. Is it good or bad? Oh dear. The board wants to come to a Grand Prix. Ooh, I don't know whether to say yes or no to that. Let's take a look at the post-race data first. Both cars came through unscathed, which is quite nice. We actually achieved our expected finish there, and 1 place ahead. So theoretically, that should make the board a little happy, but I doubt it will. Let's see. Neutral from our drivers, neutral from our race engineers, neutral from our backroom staff, neutral from Ricardo. We get a few positives from the young drivers who don't know better, but everybody's pissed about the performance of the car, which is to be expected. Do I want them to come? Well, let's see what they thought of that last one. They were satisfied with Shanghai, which means if we don't finish, where we finished today in Suzuka, there's a very good chance that the board will be unhappy. I don't know whether to say yes or no. We will have new underfloors, but I don't think they're going to make much of a difference to our performance. Screw it. Let's let them come and hope we get a good result. Might make things easier for us in the long run. Stop. No, we don't have any cash anyway, so that's fine. How long until we get those underfloors? We got 1 already. Next one is in 4 days. Grand Prix in 8 days. Fantastic. Something in the inbox. Low stock on front wings. We've got a spare. We are, low on all of our brand new parts, thanks to Stroll. What's the difference between this and F125 Korea team mode? You're passive in this. You don't drive the car. F125, you are behind the wheel and driving. And then beyond that, I don't know, because I haven't actually played an F1 game in a couple of years now. So this is all about just managing the team and then giving instructions to your drivers while they race for you. So, strategy prep for Suzuka. Warm, not expecting rain. It'll be a 2-stop race for most. We might see some 1-stops, possibly. Lewis locked up and hit the barrier. Yes, I remember now. Thank you, Micon. Let's see. What was I about to do? Oh, yes. Let's fit that underfloor. Also, we need to import our save into the database editor and just see if it gives us any hint about upcoming engine ADOs as well. So, underfloor. Not a massive improvement in terms of speed by any stretch of the imagination, just 0.05 kilometers an hour. But a nice little bit of downforce, in particular the high speed gets a little bit of love. A small improvement to our dirty air performance, and a fraction of weight taken off the car as well, an extra kilo. So not all doom and gloom. When do we get our money from our sponsors, our first big payout? Let's have a look. Soon, because we had it at the beginning of the month. So here, on the 8th of April, which is a week and a half away. That's not too bad. And when we get that money, we will be able to get some more development going. How big is the gap going to be? Not enough in time to get another upgrade before we go to Miami. But then after Miami, we'll have a nice 3-week gap to Canada. And some more money dropping just before we go to Canada as well. So we'll have some opportunities to throw a little bit more into our development. And then we'll see. Maybe we'll have some extra upgrades for Monaco. If we're lucky. Right, let's create that save. There we go. Oh, yeah. If you want to give yourself a heart attack, run Ferrari and then wait till that wage bill drops at the end of the month, because you will start shitting bricks when you see your finances. Ferrari lose nearly $4 million a month because their driver salaries are pretty high. Charles Leclerc on 35 million a year for the next 7 years. Hamilton out of contract at the end of the season on 70 million a year. Oh boy, that made my backside pucker a little bit when I saw my wage bill on my Ferrari playthrough. So let's go into database editor. Let's import the 20. Oh, it's not there, is it? Okay. Let me find the right folder. Desktop. Save games. Save 2026 mod. There we go. Import that. Right. Is it going to be news? Nothing there yet. Turning points. That's what we want. We don't want anything else. And from what I understand, the engine turning points should be free for everybody. I'll just check I have actually got them switched on. Yes, I do. Engine upgrades, turning points. Okay. Right, let's take a look at our performance while we're in here, shall we? Wow. Yeah, we haven't... We had a nice little step forward, but Cadillac have out-developed us so far. We are 20 points behind Mercedes right now. That's a lot. That's a huge amount. Let's see. Yeah, these are very low values. A lot of them in the 30s. That's never a good thing. What's my expertise looking like? Not great. Oh, wow. Just 29 on underfloor drag reduction. Okay. Yeah, that's not great at all. Are any cars unbalanced yet? No, they're all still running equal spec by the look of it. Yeah, they're all running equal spec. So, Mercedes had the highest speed, the best acceleration, the best low speed, the best medium speed, the best high speed, and the best dirty air tolerance. But they're only 4th in DRS effectiveness. Second best in tyre wear. Ferrari, 3rd in speed, 4th in acceleration. See, that shouldn't be right. It should be the other way around. It should be Ferrari at the top, but it's not something that can easily be sorted, unfortunately. Low speed performance. Again, I think Ferrari's better in the low speed than Mercedes. But, you know, this is after, a few months of development as well, let's not forget. These are the engine situations. So, the Renault engine, this is our Honda engine. You can see it's massively down on power to Audi and to Ford and Ferrari and Mercedes. Durability is not great either. We've got the worst durability on ERS. We've got the worst durability on gearbox, although not by much against Ferrari and Audi. 60% engine durability. It's 72 for Ferrari, 68 for Ford, 76 for Mercedes, 66 for Audi. Fuel efficiency. Again, everything's the worst. It's the worst engine on everything. So, yeah, we have very much got our work cut out for us. But let's see how things shake out. I want to have a look at drivers of the day. So, Antonelli got driver of the day, did he? Okay. Let's have a look at the overall standings by drivers and go by positions, not points. There we go. So there we can see where everyone is doing so far. We have 2 DNFs for Hamilton, but a 2nd place in the sprint. That's why he's got some points. We've had a DNF already with Stroll, and Albon's DNF'd. Gasly DNF for taking out Hamilton in that race. So Japan next, then Miami on Thursday, and then we'll end the week in Canada. Hopefully things will improve next week. I don't think they're going to improve massively this week, but maybe next week things will be a little bit better. We might end up being hopefully a little bit closer to Cadillac, but I don't think we're going to be able to I don't think we're going to do much this season. It's going to be, I think, a bit of a fight between us and Cadillac to see who gets that best non-points finish, because unless something absolutely insane happens, neither of us are going to get points. But it will be interesting to see if either of us can get a position higher than Alonso's 18th. That's the only thing that's keeping us ahead of Cadillac right now. If Cadillac end up with an 18th or a 17th place finish, that will then punch them above us. So, yeah, that is the long and the short of it, unfortunately. So, that's it for tonight. If you haven't done it already, then give us a thumbs up. It would be much appreciated if you've enjoyed tonight's stream. If you haven't yet hit that subscribe button, then why not consider subscribing to the channel as well? And don't forget to click on the bell for notifications on live stream starts and anything else on the channel as well. I'll be back tomorrow at the usual time of 8 p.m. here in the UK for round 3 as we head to Suzuka. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.